Are we ready? I know I am. So whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream. Today we're going to be doing a slightly shorter stream because I got some friends coming over. It's my mate's birthday today, and I'm hosting at my place. We're going to be playing some Demon Souls. We're actually going to do a marathon, not a marathon, but like a series of going through the entire FromSoft catalog, or at least the action adventure games, starting with Demon Souls. We're trying to get through it before my baby comes. So we'll see if we get there. I actually have a pretty good record on the FromSoft catalog. I can get through every game in under 7 hours each, including Elden Ring. In fact, Elden Ring with the DLC is 8 for me, but we'll see if we can. I don't know if we'll have 7 hours tonight to beat Demon Souls, but anyway. All right. Welcome to the stream. Welcome everybody who's here in chat already. Rhyme is here. Narrow Valley Games is here. Meowj is here. Big thanks to anybody who's here on YouTube. Welcome Huge Malaka. Bonjour. Bienvenue. Starting with Demon Souls because no one should play Kingsfield. We did joke that we would play Kingsfield, but we don't need to do that. Okay. So, welcome, and most of all, thank you to Cherik, most recent follower, and Chartle, most recent subscriber. Shall we get into it? I'm very happy with the progress that we made yesterday. That was like, I feel like, you know, let me get this up for you. I feel like this was me yesterday, after like months and months and months of trying to get the water to look right. I feel like we got so close for so long, and we just needed to go a little bit further, and we got there in the end. It was not easy to get an effect that I thought looked good, but I think by the time we were all done, I think we got there. That's my feeling. I think we got there in the end. So why don't we do a quick demo for those of you who didn't watch last stream, just to get you up to date with where that's at. I'll do a quick combat demo, and then we can do a more visual demo. So what we worked on yesterday was the water effect. So there are different abilities in the game. They have different elemental affiliations. And those affiliations they're designed to give me the power to sort of control elements like they're brushes on screen. So this is the water effect. We've got, grass, we've got a lightning one, and we've got this water one. And in game, that looks like this. Whoa. Like that. So I'm really happy with how it turned out. I think it feels like water to me, certainly. Like it's not even every other iteration. I was like, oh, it kind of looks like fire. Don't really know what I'm looking at. This one, it's like, okay, yeah, this is fine. This is water. Especially pair it with a sound effect, no problem. So it looks. This is kind of like the visual demo. The goal is to be able to just streak it around wherever you want and have it just behave correctly. And I think we got there after last night. You know, if this is whirling around, I think with the sound effects, it totally tracks. So I'm very happy. You know, it's very rare. I want to like express very clearly here how like it's it's straightforward enough to draw an effect that is just like supposed to play as an animation in a game. Like in an RPG, you know, you have a character standing here, water goes over the character in some cool visual effect, and it plays once. That's one thing. It's an entirely different challenge to try to make an effect that can withstand anything, that can just be used as like a pen on the screen. That's very, very different and very, very difficult. And I think the fact that we got here is like, for me, it's like one of the things that I'm most proud of in Insignia, like, is being able to actually like land on a solution that looks good. I genuinely, I want to like talk a little bit about why I put all this effort into this kind of thing, because it's complicated. It kind of goes it touches not just VFX, but it's a design decision that I made very early on that I've insisted on, that's very dependent on the execution getting to where we got to yesterday. So at the beginning of working on Insignia, I knew that I would be prototyping, well, not the beginning, but at around 2022, I knew that I would be designing a bunch of different kind of abilities that were elementally themed. And prior to that point, when I was working on abilities, I would do canned animations. And those canned animations would be kind of just locked onto the player sprite, right? Like the constraints around how the character would need to move would need to be locked to the animations. So I had, like, for example, I had this move called Crash. And Crash was like just like a dive kick kind of thing. And that dive kick was going to be on a pretty much like a set curve, right? Like you just have to move the set distance, and then there would be like a wave at the end of water, right? The thing is, I can't balance that at all. I can't have it be subject to the environment. I can't have it be, I can't say, well, if you only need to kick 30 pixels or 150 pixels, do it this much or that much. I couldn't do that. I also knew that like a lot of the abilities in the game, I wouldn't be sure exactly how I needed them to map to the ability system. So which element this ability needs to sit on, or how can I prototype this so that the visual effect, matches. That flexibility to change how the visual effects behave while I'm prototyping the game without having to redraw them every time was a bet that I made in like 2022. And I've gone through a bunch of different iterations on this and eventually found something that worked with all of these. But what's great about this is that now that I have the look that I want, I can do anything I want with these abilities. They're no longer like every single water ability that I create from here on is going to look as good as the one I just made, or better, right? It's an investment that pays back. The more abilities there are in the game, the more dynamic I need those abilities to be, the more interesting the game's contexts are. So even in just this one situation, with just this one ability that we worked on, because it's not a canned animation, let me just knock this guy out. Because it's not a canned animation, I can do the ability from here, I can do it from here, I can do it from here, and it doesn't break, right? It's not trying to draw that whole curve right up against this wall. So I can start balancing the abilities in the level. That might seem like that's like not a big deal, but for me it really is, because when I'm working on this stuff, I don't know what the level design is going to look like. I don't know what the ability needs to do yet. I just know that I need the visual effect to look good, and I need to be able to prototype these things quickly. So very, 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 very happy with this. There's probably a world where like we don't do the VFX until the very end of the game. Like, let's say I end up with 16 abilities and 8 of them don't need to be that procedural. Maybe 8 of them could be canned and they look better that way. That's possible, but another really key thing that I don't know if everybody appreciates this, but I've certainly been conscious of it. I'm marketing this game as I'm building it. So I have the added duty of having everything needing to look good now. It can't look good the month before we release it, because on the way to releasing it, I have to raise funding and this and that. So for me, the ability to like make a cool TikTok out of this, or put it in a trailer and have a publisher see it or players see it and go, whoa, that looks sick. I need that. That's like a core criteria for the acceptance criteria of this, of the abilities in the game, of just the game itself. Like the game, I learned this a while ago, and I've been slowly coming to accept it. The game, in its combat balance, in its rule set, how the combat system works, how the ability system works, and how the combat system and ability work together to create interesting puzzles in the level designs, that thing is very amorphous to explain in a pitch deck or in a trailer. It's not easy to explain the flow of that stuff, but it's really easy to explain that something looks cool. And part of what I think makes, in some players' minds, a cool game or a good game is just the feeling of doing cool stuff. Now, as a designer, I'm not really interested in that. I don't care if it looks cool or not from a gameplay design perspective, but as a business owner, I do care a lot. I know that people like Final Fantasy 15 and Final Fantasy 16. I don't like those games. I think they're more flavor than substance. But the fact that some people really like those games proves that the flair, the visual flair of the combat system in a character action game is a substantial part of what makes that game appealing to those people. So if I can have my cake and eat it too, I've got a cool, tight system first that also looks really beautiful and, satisfies that power fantasy, then it's just gravy for all of us. So that's, for me, I can't really explain how much relief I felt yesterday knowing that I would feel proud seeing this VFX in a trailer. That like unlocks that for me. That like lets me go and make the trailer now. It almost feels sometimes to me like everything is a bit of a linchpin. So yeah. Was it I who said make a random scatter of dots and choose one of them to draw the next arc to? I'm not sure. I mentioned that. Maybe you got the idea of me showing you something to do with my camera system, but if not, I don't know what it was. I'm not sure. I'll take credit for it if you give it to me, but I don't remember specifically saying anything about that. Okay, so today, can I show the effect again? Of course I can. So to explain briefly what's happening while I'm showing it off, the effect itself is, right now it's not pixel like perfect. It's kind of like a little bit askew, but I actually don't mind it. I actually think it looks kind of good that way, weirdly. I used to be a bit more of an elitist perfectionist about that, but I no longer feel that way. Holy poo. Yeah, I think honestly the off-grid aspects, I kind of like them. I don't know why, it just kind of works for me. So, yeah, like, I think, so the way it works is there's 3 particle systems here, and they're being spawned, each system is being spawned one after the other in alternation. And it's what it's doing is every frame it's basically saying how far has the transform moved since last frame. Okay, so really quickly. Oh, I closed it. Hang on. Sorry, I was trying to press Control Shift P and I pressed Control P. I did it again. Try that one more time. Okay, a little bit differently. Hang on. Okay, what it's doing is it's saying how much has the transform moved in the last frame. So let's say from this frame to this frame, it moved this much. Over every, like in this case, 23 pixels, I'm going to spawn a new particle. And there are 3 kinds of particles it can spawn, and it spawns them in alternation. So it's like particle 1, particle 2, particle 3, particle 1, particle 2, particle 3. It doesn't have to do that. We could have made it random, but in this case, it's sequential. And what it's doing is it's saying, okay, well, we moved from here to here, so I'm going to orient the particle system towards where we're headed. And then I'm going to maybe offset it a little bit and then spawn it in. And that's all it's doing. It's not doing emission. It's not doing distance-based emission inside of the particle system. It's actually doing it on a custom script. The script is the thing that's determining how far we've moved, whether we should spawn this stuff here. And the method that worked here was, for me, very strange. If you watch the VOD, what was kind of odd about this for me was that I actually started this process. Maybe we can bring up the VOD. Give me a sec. I think it might be nice to just scrub through it really quickly. Not that one. Let me see what we got here. Yeah. So incoming nested Adam C. Eunice. Okay. So right around here, I think we got the right approach going. I started doing this thing where I would just, right back here. Sorry, wait for the keyframes to catch up. I started doing this thing where I just created a straight line and I created the particle system out of the straight line. So all I'm doing is making the thing spawn straight lines and then making sure that those straight lines are connecting end to end properly. So at first it was just like, I kind of gave up drawing the particles by hand and then putting them in and hoping they worked. I was just like, I'm going to draw something. And if the something works, then it's okay. So this, I was pretty happy with here. Like they're mostly close enough. The length is okay. They're not overlapping or going off the arc too far. So that's like my start point and my end point. Mr. Protest, thank you so much for the sub. Then, rather than draw the effect, I kind of just kept it really, really close to the engine. Like I really just went back and forth between Unity and my Sprite file as much as possible. I would just try stuff and see if it worked. Try stuff and see if it worked. So this looks like nothing. If I was drawing this right now as like a particle system, oh no. Let me get back to this. Yeah, if I was just drawing this as a particle system and playing it back, this looks like garbage to me. I would never put this in the engine like this. It just is not what I would do. But the fact that we did it this way meant that what I was being guided by was not like whether I thought it looked good in Sprite. I was driving it by what looked good in the engine. So actually there was a few little lessons that I learned that had kind of nothing to do with what I would do typically in Sprite, like totally different ways of animating particles, given that usually I'm animating particles moving from A to B in a space. That's usually what I do. Here, I was actually animating the particle statically, but moving the effect down through the particle. I know that sounds kind of weird, but I think that ultimately was the thing that made it not look like, that made it look like water and not fire, was within the volume of a particle, the travel of the fluid mass, which is something that I just wouldn't have, there's no way I would have just like intuited that from inside of Aseprite. So that was kind of like the thing that I felt like, yeah, it started to come together at that point. And yeah, eventually like we got it so right that I literally just pulled in 2 other particles that I had been working on and just tweaked them a little bit, and then they all work. So these are the 3 particles. This is 1. This is 2. And this is 3. This one's lower. It's a shorter one. The frame rate needs to be a bit higher. So you can see this is very different to how I was animating these previously. I had some really pretty particles prior to this that I really, really, really liked. And unfortunately, I never got it to look like this. I mean, this would have been amazing in the engine to have it look like this. But I could never make this work because what I needed to do, even though this looks really good, the particles were being drawn starting at the bottom and ending at the top. That's kind of how I was thinking about it. Whereas these particles sort of populate the space and then just dissipate in the space. Right? It's like, it's not that the part that the water is moving up and getting consumed by emptiness underneath. That's what fire does. That's what a gas does. But this, instead, it occupies the space and then disperses kind of evenly in the space. And that makes it look more like water. Like, and if you look, what I really like, there was one really, 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 really key lesson. If you watch this, my goal was I want the froth, like the foam, to travel. I want the foam to stay near the front, and I want it to sort of travel with the mass of the thing. Like the foam is really important. And for this to feel like one cohesive effect, you kind of need to be able to watch the foam move with the front of the effect. You know, maybe we could have even had it be a little bit less populated at the back side. But that aspect, the quality of like how much foam is there over a trail, you can't tell inside of Aseprite. You have to see it here to go, oh, okay, there's too much foam at the back. What does that mean here? Too much foam at the back means maybe by this frame, the foam should be gone. Maybe we needed to have this dissipate a little quicker. And the foam is actually traveling down. See that? The foam's going down the thing rather than staying at the front. So like, those are intuitions that I just, as good as you can be as an animator, the like practical behavior of the system is not something you can intuit looking at one particle. So I learned all of that yesterday. Yeah, I'm very, very happy with it. I just think it looks pretty. It's not like, I bet I could get closer. Yeah, I bet I could tweak it more, but I don't think I need to tweak it more for it to do what it needs to do as a, as an effect for the purposes of marketing the game. It probably is, it's good enough. Yeah, I think it's at ship it point. It's marketable. If I was doing some tutorial series, maybe I could push it further and, teach other people how to do it. But honestly, like, other than you guys watching right now, I kind of don't want the rest of the universe to know how I did this yet, until the game comes out. Viewers of the stream, you're welcome. You can try to replicate this, but yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Okay. It doesn't skew them. It just rotates them. So it literally disperses them currently evenly. It's 23 pixels, and I was just tweaking this single value. Yesterday there was a point at the start of the stream where I was trying to do the maximal version of this, where I do, okay, rather than rotate the pixels in engine space, I take every 22 degrees, I rotate it in Sprite, and then make that pixel perfect, rotate it, clean it, until I have like every angle, and then determine how long. I have like a few versions per rotation. That's like a long version, pardon me, and a short version. I still think that would be like a cool approach, but this got to like 98% with like 40% of the code effort. And like, I already had this script. So it was like, why would I push for that 2%? We were mucking around with like modulo degrees, A10 nonsense, trying to figure out the rotation that the particle system is minus the rotation that's baked into the sprite. It was silly. Same thing with the lengths. Like I could have said per particle system, this one is a 16 long system, this is a 32 long system, this is a 24. By setting it to be 23, I think what it does is kind of allows you to have there are like not breaks, but there are parts where it's a little bit more dense and a little bit less dense over the streak. So I think that's fine. I think that's what you want. And also the fact that it's not random is something that I also think gets you really, really far. There's this heuristic that I think most people do when they're making games. When they want something to look organic and varied, they think to themselves, I need it to be random. If I can have every tile in my tile set be random, then it will look most organic. It's not the case. Actually, what I do is I do repeating sequences that are just very long. So like this, you can see repeats here, it'll repeat again here, it'll repeat again somewhere. I can do arbitrary lengths, like the edges always tessellate nicely, but you don't see the repetitions if they're far apart enough. So I think the same thing with the water VFX. The fact that it repeats is actually better because I can guarantee that it looks that way. Whereas with random, I don't know how it's going to look for you. If I randomize this, you might get the same tile 3 times in a row. So why bother, you know? Especially when I'm not controlling it by hand, you know, and you end up doing the like BOGO sort. You end up like shuffling, hoping for a variation that like looks good, when you could just pick one that you like and then just have it work that way all the time. Okay, how do you decide when you work on Insignia, when to work on other stuff? Right now, I'm kind of blocked on the other stuff a little bit until like Monday. So I'm happy to just wait till Monday and I'll work on Insignia until then. Yeah, I mean like this, yeah. So we've got open book today. We can work on whatever we want to work on. I'm happy to work on pixel art. I'm happy to work on gray boxing. I think what I would love to do is, hey, Steve Ward, thanks for the sub. Hey, Webbs. There's a couple things here. Can I turn on subtitles? I don't know if I have that power. Can I turn on subtitles? This is on YouTube. Is there an option for that? It doesn't, I don't have the power to turn on closed captions right now. I think I might need to set them up. Yeah. I don't have the option to toggle them on. Sorry. The button is there, but it's grayed out. Yeah, maybe after the stream. Requires a delay on YouTube. I see. Do we want a delay? I can't even choose that right now, it seems. So I don't know what I would have to do to get the delay on YouTube in the first place. Okay. The delay is also grayed out. Okay. So yeah, I wanted to, there's two things I want to do that are kind of high priority. So I want to send this game to a publisher really, really soon. It's killing me. So one is a new trailer, like a proper trailer to put on the Steam page. That needs to happen soon. And the same things that are blocking the trailer are also blocking this demo release. So we should talk about that really quickly and probably put some time into it today, actually. So let's talk about the delta, the gap. The big gap right now between beta or like 0.9 alpha, which is currently the current version, and what I'm playing with, which would be like 0.91, is the pressure system. Right now, the pressure system that's not in the game on the live versions of the game. And there are some logical things that maybe they can be left out. I don't know. I want to see what you think about these things. I'm happy to sort of just talk about them a little bit. It's part of the combat system conversation. And yeah, it's kind of, I don't know, it's sort of a retrospective on this that I have to do. It's part of this too, actually. So let me just talk quickly about the system and what's novel about it, why it's good, and then what I might want to extend or pare back for the release, essentially. So we'll go into focus mode because Eyes has redeemed it. I am going to talk for about 5 minutes, and then I'll ask for your comments and we'll talk about it together. So I don't want to stay in focus mode, but for this little beat, I'll be in it. Okay. It has always been the plan for abilities in Insignia to be essentially beaten out of enemies with parrying. That's kind of like what I always wanted to do, or at least from about 2023, I thought that was a really good choice. There has always been a parry in the game, and the parry for a while was like a one trick thing. It was just like this is the answer. And it was, for a while, it was something like, well, if you beat enemies or meet some condition, you can steal the enemy ensigns. And eventually that condition solidified on directional parries. That's kind of what the game's unique combat thing is. Directional parries, I don't know if any games really do that other than like half hand, I think it's called, or there's a few, like Sifu maybe has like directional parries or something like that. But in a game that's a pixel art action adventure, it's very rare. The directional parry system I really like, and there are challenges that it raises in that it makes it so that enemy animations have to be very tailored to look directional. You have to be able to understand and read those animations. And for a while, that was enough. Just that you would have directional parries, you parry the enemy, you get their ensign, you can use that ensign once. Unless you kill the enemy, then you can use it whenever you want. That's fine. Then, later on, there was a missing thing that I felt in the combat system, which was if you knew an enemy's ability and you knew its direction, you could just do the ensign. You could just do the parry and steal the ensign, and that kind of would end the combat encounter. Like, it just didn't feel like there was for all of the effort that I'd put into the system, it didn't feel like I was getting much value out of it. It felt like, well, you could have made this even without hitboxes, in a simpler game. So to take advantage of the system that I had built, I added one extra layer on top, which was that you would have to correctly do the right parry over multiple attacks as an option, not as a ceiling, not as like a base, not as like a every enemy needs this, but as like a, well, later in the game it might have to be harder to get that ensign out of that enemy. So we added eventually this sort of fighting game flowchart aspect to the combat system, which resulted in the cat enemy, which I love playing against. It's, to me, like a really nice breath of fresh air. It feels consistently challenging. I love it. It feels great. It feels to me like the Boulder Knights in Dark Souls. So it really, like, I got what I wanted out of that as a dev. Long term, however, this creates kind of like two challenges. So the first challenge is like, does that make the game too hard? That thing as a system? Like, because to make this work, what we needed to introduce was essentially a pressure gauge underneath the enemies that would require you as the player to consistently show that you knew how to beat it for the pressure to build up. And then you get this big moment where effectively this system replaces what I previously had as like a poise system. And it replaces it with one that's almost closer to like a Dark Souls boss fight poise system. So like in Dark Souls PvP, poise is like a rating that happens per hit, I think. Whereas with bosses, it's something that you build over time. So this was more about, you have to demonstrate over time and you have to build this thing. And so it ends up a lot closer to Sekiro, essentially. It's a posture gauge. Adding that visually does create a layer of complexity that now is not really in the demo. I could just not explain it. It's not critical. I mean, you as the player can figure out what's happening. So I'm not too concerned about it as a thing, but where enemies have special criteria that you need to do to raise that gauge, like the cat enemy, the Lengthen, that's different. That's harder now. It's like, oh, I've created like a mysterious thing that, as a player, if you're just playing this who's someone who's not very skilled at combat in games, not only is this going to be very challenging, you might not feel comfortable to even approach figuring out how this works. You might just get scared. And that's maybe fine. Maybe you just go, well, that's too hard for me, run away, and that's fine. I've always had the responsibility in mind of like, I need to teach the player how to do all the things. Maybe this is just one of those things that's allowed to be brutal. And that's just part of the charm of the game. Like, there are just some things that are hard, and that's okay. If they're not blocking you from progressing, it's not a big deal. I'm kind of okay with that. I feel comfortable with that. However, the other side of this is, well, I do want you to eventually learn how to use that system, and I want to rely on that system for like mid to late game enemies. So somewhere, somehow, we probably need to explain it, or at least give you, I mean, the Roberto thing is a good start, I think. But I think I need to connect the dots a little bit closer, like an enemy that purely visually looks like you have to parry it 3 times. Like maybe it has like armor and the armor cracks or something, or it's got a natural armor, you know, maybe it's creating barriers around it or something that's like so obvious that if it's just like you couldn't approach fighting it without engaging with that system. Okay. So the next layer of the combat system that I think needs attention that's tied to this is, if you steal ensigns from enemies, eventually you can have up to 4 in one level. And you guys have watched me run around in these playtest levels. You know, I can like take this, I can take that, I can do this. Thought there was a hitbox on there. I can grab this guy. Okay, now I have 4, right? if I have 4, the only constraint right now on those 4 is that I can't use them more than once in the air. That's it. I can't use the same ability twice in the air. It's the only constraint I have. But I think long term, that will need to change. You can currently do this. You could just use it on repeat. And its effectiveness on enemies is just, I mean, if they don't have a pressure gauge, if they're just normal enemies like the Marten, you could just do this back and forth, no problem. Or this, you could just spam that. You could just spam between these two. So there needs to be some kind of gate to stop you from just being able to spam. I have an answer for this. My concern is that you're not going to like it. So it would be something like you have it's like an MP bar, but it's not. It's more like I mean, let's, for argument's sake, we'll call it MP, but I could call it like spirit or like Armin's posture gauge. We could think of it, we could model it however we want. But the idea is that you have to either have no enemies on screen and it recharges on its own. So if you're doing puzzles, it's fine, you can spam them and it's no big deal. But if you're in combat, you have to essentially raise an enemy's posture bar by parrying them to get charge towards Ensign. So, or land an attack and do damage. It's like either damage or posture damage will raise your Ensign bar. I'm concerned a little bit about having a second resource. Maybe if we were to do that, I would take away the giving back ensigns feature that's currently in the game. So right now, like if you take an ensign off of an enemy and then you use the ensign, it goes back to them. Maybe I wouldn't have that because that's only there right now just to stop you from spamming it, basically. Like using the ensign right now is like using the super gauge in Street Fighter, right? It's like, well, you got it off them. Now you get to use it and now it's back over, it's gone. So you have to parry them again to get to it. This would be different. This would be like, you have it, you spent it, it's still yours, but you don't have the mana to use it again, basically. I could see that working just fine. I don't, and it might save us from some of the current shenanigans of like, there are times when like an enemy uses an ability, you parry it, you get the ability, you spend the ability, it goes back to them. It's sort of like a dwing, dwing, dwing. So maybe we get around that. There has always been this lore intent for the game to operate on a hard magic system that revolves around equal and opposite exchange. So like when I take it from you, you don't have it and I have it. And when I use it on you and you have the spirit to take it back, it goes back to you. This idea of like, where is the ensign? It's yours, it's mine, I've got it, you've got it. That I really like, but I don't think it works in the context of the game to have that be not a floating point thing. To have it be a binary thing doesn't work. Because you either have it or you don't. So if you have it, you can spam it. And why can't you spam it? The alternative, there's one alternative to this. The alternative would be an ensign spent on any enemy makes it go into that enemy until you recover it somehow. So like if I take the ensign from the snake and I use it on a Marten, it goes into the Marten. He can't use it, but it's like stored on his health bar until you defeat the Marten. You sort of like it gets like, you know, it's like if you shock someone with an electrical charge, the electricity like goes into them. It's like that kind of thing. Like the energy to attack them with it, you have to load them with the energy. So that could be a thing. But then, like, how do you get it back if that enemy doesn't have an ensign, like a directional attack that matches the ensign, or you just have to beat them, you have to kill them? Maybe that's fine. It could, and then like if you attack multiple enemies with an ensign in one stroke, who does it go to? There's some stuff there that, like, you know, it's not super clean. I think for cleanliness sake, there are some concerns, like, should I allow you to double up on an ensign if it's just mana based? If you have 2 charges, should you just be able to use it twice, the same one, to use the 2 charges? Or when you use it, does it get consumed until you touch the ground, even if you have multiple charges left? That's probably what I would do. So yeah, that's where I'm at. That might be a lot for you guys to digest, because some of you probably don't even understand any of this stuff yet. But that's where I'm currently thinking. The concern is really just like, do I have the, I don't know, like, is this game a game where that's where that can sustain that kind of like complexity? 2 bars is not a big deal. It's not terrible, but you know, are there things you can do to raise that bar? Is this like a soft RPG system? Is it like, or is it just like things you find around the world? Could you give enemies like a condition resistance? I mean, I just don't think that it serves the player well to have movement abilities on tap all the time. I just don't think in combat, I don't think that works. It just doesn't seem, if you can't save and then spend, because what it does is it incentivizes me to balance them, to nerf them. I don't want to nerf them. I want them to be super cool, but I want you to have to work for it. If ensign abilities were insanely strong, like beat 'em up specials, and you could only use them once while fighting, but it does something different when not fighting. Yeah, I think having them be cool is way better than having them be nerfed. It's just, there's no way I would want to nerf them. In fact, they're already pretty nerfed. They don't do that much in terms of, like, they do as much damage as an attack, a regular attack right now. But in this game, because it's got that Smash Brothers aspect to it, being able to juggle an enemy is huge in this game. So if you can launch an enemy, leap into the air, attack an enemy, send it into the ground, shoot it forward, pull it back, that's a lot. That's like 6 free attacks that you wouldn't have had otherwise, where it's just your turn, 6 attacks in a row. So even if it's not a power thing, just having access to that much agency should be a reward and not a default. Yeah, I don't mind. The thing about the cooldowns is I think it's a really blunt tool for this job. It might be that the game just needs stamina recharge anyway, but I actually can't stand cooldowns. I just think they're one of the worst kinds of mechanisms that you can have in a video game, because a cooldown basically incentivizes you to face roll. If you have 10 abilities and each ability has a cooldown, your best strategy is to press 10 buttons back to back on cooldown. Just cycle them. It's a very like World of Warcraft thing. To me, you know what, this conversation, there's something here that I resent, but I think we're getting dangerously close to, which is the Final Fantasy 16 combat system. And I hate that system it's not that it's not fun to watch, but it wasn't fun to play for me as someone who likes Final Fantasy. This just isn't, I mean, it already looks like what Insignia is, but I don't think it's, I don't know. It's just not appealing to me. For the game to be this, to just be Devil May Cry. Like, to me, we're so dangerously close for the game to look like that already. It already looks like that. And one of the things that I hated about this system was that there's no actual reason to use one ability over another. Like the elemental, the what are they called? Eidolons? Aeons? No. Summons? The different summons. Icons. The different icons are just aesthetically different. They're not actually even thematically different. They all do the same stuff. They all just do attacks. I think there's supposed to be some sort of difference, like lightning attacks more enemies or whatever. But in practice, what it ends up being is like, it's an animation face roll. It's just, I have all these animations, I press all the buttons, and that's what happens. I would be so disappointed if Insignia became that for some players, because it means that all that work I did, all that work I did to make the game tuned and balanced just goes out the window if you can just go, you know, if I can just go boom, 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 you know, but if I can just do that and I can just spam, you can just press all the buttons, it's not interesting anymore. It just becomes like watching TikTok, you know? So yeah. What do I win? Do I get a pizza party? 100 stream streak. That's not the top. I think someone's got like 100 and something, 150. So rip off. So, this was where I left this conversation. How do we limit the amount of ensign abilities the player can use back to back? Weaken versions of the abilities if you spam them. Don't like that. Let's just cross that out straight away. I'm not a fan. Put all abilities on a short cooldown. Not a fan. Force the player to earn them back with defensive parries. Maybe. Give the player a burnout meter. If the player spams the same ability multiple times, they burn out. No, I don't like punishing the player for doing cool things. Extend the pressure system to Armin, make it so that abilities cost pressure meter, and doing anything but neutral blocking recharges it. This is there's something here that I think we're pretty much there if we combine these two. There's something here. I want to reward you for playing the game right. The only challenge is, if you do this, you create a negative feedback loop for players who don't know what they're doing, and a positive feedback loop for players that do, which does encourage players to learn what they're doing, but it's not forgiving. It becomes punishing. It basically is like, stop being crap, stop spamming, and the people who don't realize that they should stop spamming will just think the game's bad. Maybe if people like the rest of the game enough, and there are people who are good at the game, they will be able to show off the cool things they can do, and the people who are bad will try harder knowing that the game has the potential in it. Maybe because it's a premium game, it doesn't matter, you know? The only thing that I would have to do to make this work, assuming that I cross that gap and solve that challenge, the only other thing is the enemies have to have more agency. This is the problem. Right now, in the game, I have this problem, and it's a problem that I created that most side-scrolling action games don't have because their enemies are much simpler. When you have enemies like this, that you can interrupt them, if I'm trying to say you need to parry to get back your meter, you don't need to parry. You don't need to get back your meter to kill them. And the threat when a player is playing the game is, I need to beat this enemy. If they lose their options midway through that make them more expressive, more interesting, they won't care because what they're doing is working. They're attacking the enemy's losing, and they're not getting hurt. That's like priority number one. So they're not going to try and recover their ensign. They're not going to do something that's less effective so that they can style later. That's not what most players will do. So then the question is that okay for some enemies? I think the answer is yes, as long as other enemies you can't do that to. Like this guy, you can't. You can't just spam him. You would have to dodge his attacks, you know, parry. This would be a good fight for that, for what I'm proposing. Because there is a back and forth. So I think that might just be the answer. I think if we treat it like stamina, maybe we just call it spirit. And maybe bursting an enemy's gauge gives you full spirit. The outlines mean that that enemy has an ensign that you can steal if you parry, assuming you've unlocked the ensign. So see how he's got the yellow diamond on his health bar? That's the move you'd have to parry if we had that ability. That's the move you'd have to parry to get it back. So when he's highlighted, like this enemy, see how he's highlighted red? The red ability is what we'd have to parry to steal the red move. But we don't have it unlocked, so we can't right now. Yeah, I think so. There will be a charges system. I think I've already designed this. I think I know what I'm doing. I don't need to talk about it anymore. So it's here's the bar. You got your health bar. We're bringing the blue bar back. It's been gone for about 3 years. It's still there. It's just disabled. It's been disabled for like 3 years. So it could be orange instead of blue. I'm not sure how we would color it, but you have your red bar. Maybe it is orange. You have your orange bar because the enemies have an orange bar. Or maybe it's just blue. Let's call it blue. I mean, it's been blue. So you have your red bar, blue bar, and then Adam CU domain. I have not. So this bar would have pips on it. So these are breakpoints where if you have less than that amount, you can't, like if you had, let's just show you. So it is charges. So if you have less than, you know, whatever this amount or this amount, whatever it is, you can't use any. It's AP. It is AP. So this, maybe you get to use one. You get to just spend what's left to use one. But this amount, you get to use two. And each one spends, you know, spends this. Each one spends a full charge. I guess it is an AP bar. I guess that's what it is. We could call it EP, ensign points. Defend your castle on Wii. No, I haven't. It is starting to look like a Beyblade, isn't it? Okay. It could be SP, spirit points. Would you want this bar to expand to 5 or more? Well, I don't know. Epee. Yeah. Epee. That's pretty good. But is an epee a specifically as fencing sword? Because, or is it just any sword is an epee? Because arm, A-R-M-E, arm, that's weapon, right? Mon arme. Epee is any sword. So maybe it has to be EP. Just for that, just for the pun. Epee. Epee. It's pronounced epee. It's spelled EP, but it's pronounced epee. That's pretty lame. Charge your épée. Well, in French, it would be épée, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be épée in French? The two letters? Like this letter and that letter. Are they pronounced épée? I can't remember. A, B, C, D, E. I don't remember how to pronounce P in French. Is it P? Pepe l'épée. Pay. Or like this. Wait, in Canadian French or in French French? Or is it peu? I don't know. Anyway. That would be really cool if that works. I'm very drawn to that. How to pronounce the letter. P. Oh no, it is pay. Pay? Really? It is pay? Pay. Pay? Well, but then it's, I guess it's like pay versus like pay. Like P-E apostrophe with A is like pay, right? Whereas this is like pay. Is that right? Like, anyway. It's fine. It's close enough. It feels like a pun. FP. French pronunciation. Okay. Maybe this would have to be backwards, though. Yeah, because that's like bay. Is it YS or IS? Bay? I don't know. Now the French word for countryside. Campagne? Okay. So I think it's like, I think what it would need is dig straight, 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 straight. And then this goes to here like that, and then stops. And then a new pip starts. Like that, I think. Rather than like that. So maybe it's more like, you can use this as long as you've got a little bit, but you can't use this until you've got more than this. No, I actually think it should be like this. Now that I think about it, you shouldn't be able to spam the ability if you got one. You like regen one, use it. Regen one, use it. That's the Dark Souls way. Yeah, no, I think if you bottom it out, it should start regenerating, but you can't use it until you've got a full one. I think that is better. I don't really love the way that the Dark Souls system hides what you don't have, because you can go into the negative in that game. So like having -5 energy is like, it's like you can use it if you have 5, but if it costs 25, you're now -20 and you just can't see that. Whereas this is like, you can't use it until you've got 20, but as soon as you hit 20, as soon as you spend the 20, you're back at 0, and you're in the same place you would have been if you used it with 5 and went down to 20, to -20 or whatever, or from 0 to like -20. You could still do that. It's just what you see is, you're just seeing the information rather than like having it be hidden. Why does this look like the Beyblades thing? I totally agree with you. Oh, it actually is it's the teeth. It's the blue teeth underneath the thing with the red thing. That's such a good pickup. It looks exactly like that, dude. It totally does. And the diamond. If you just cut this off here and do this, it's literally a Beyblade logo, dude. Did you say Keyblade? I thought Beyblade when you said Keyblade. Didn't you say Beyblade? Oh my God. I heard, my brain made the connection. It's my reference. But it's such a good call out. It literally does look like the Beyblade logo. And you said Keyblade. You said Keyblade, and the word Bade was a trigger for the sleeper agent in my brain that was thinking about Beyblades. That's so dumb, dude. What the hell? Look at this. You literally just... And that's Beyblade. That is super dumb. I love it. It kind of does look like a Keyblade too, though. Da 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 dum. Da 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 dum. Dum da dum dum da dum dum da dum 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 dum. I should play Kingdom Hearts on stream. I should like do a marathon and see if we can finish Kingdom Hearts 3. I'd love to play the first one. I kind of was playing the first one with my wife not too long ago, but it wasn't really for her. And we were playing it on the Epic store, and dude, Epic sucks. It's so bad. It crashes constantly, that build of the game. It's just not good. Like, whatever emulator they're using, like the technology to run that game natively, is so unstable. It's unplayable. It's horrendous. Like, it's not even a question of like, oh, it's not a very good port. It's not a port. They didn't finish. This game was not ported. Dude, I would love to just sit. I don't know if people like that. Me just shitting on a game for like 20 minutes. Like just pressing the jump button for like 5 minutes at a time, being like, look, see, the jump does this. See this? This is what I don't like. I don't know if people want to see that. You like that? No, we want that. Please, give us that. Well, I should keep the stream rolling for when my mates come over tonight, because I'm gonna be I'm gonna be insufferable. No, I won't. I'm gonna let it be. I would love to do it if I had the time. You have to, you know what? Hey, Jaya Daya, thank you so much for the sub. I would need more patrons for that. I think we'd need like a Patreon thing to make that even feasible. It's not, I don't have the, it's not a good use of my time if it's not a way that I can sort of use it to keep the following up or create content or whatever. Like if it's just for us, I love you guys. I really want to be able to have fun and make money with the content I make. I'm just not good at either of those yet. We would need like more viewers. We would need, if anybody wants to start a clips channel and start promoting me just organically, that'd be great. But yeah, no, it's we're a little bit, we could do maybe one a month. We could maybe do one a month. I'm not saying no, but I would love to do more. You know what I'd love to do? I'd love to do more gameplay content, and I would love to do more hardware like review content. I'd love to do like retro consoles, or even like go back and go through my old collection of stuff that I own and be like, oh, this was like, whether it's going back through my old hardware, like systems or games that came out on the systems, doing retrospective stuff, I think would be really cool. No worries, Jaya. Thank you so much. I'd also like love to go back to games that like are really popular that I haven't played. Like I've got quite a big back catalog. Or even games that I've played that I know very well and just have a fresh take on them. Like does this hold up kind of thing? Okay. I know. Can you do a once a year stream? It wouldn't be rusty consoles. It would be discolored consoles. I have so much yucky orangey beige plastic in the garage. I don't own an Atari. I have the oldest consoles we've got is Super Nintendo, I think. Actually, I got Game Boys, which is what? Does that predate the Super Nintendo? I got a few Game Boys. This should probably be orange, actually. Do you know why? Because there's already a blue here. Oh, I guess there's already a red as well. Yeah, I take it back. Yep, I take it back. We have, actually, you know what? I have every console except for the Xbox and the PS3 in the retro category. After Super Nintendo. I don't have a Sega. Oh, wait. Does my wife have a Sega? No. No. So, okay. I don't have everything. I've got Super Nintendo. Yeah, I got a Wii U. I got a Super Nintendo. I got a PS1. I got an N60. I got a couple. She's got a couple of N64s. We've got a GameCube, or two. I think she's got two GameCubes. My wife. I got PS2, Xbox 360. I don't have the original Xbox. I have like two Wiis. I got the Wii U, PS4, PS5, and I've got OG Game Boy. We've got a Game Boy Color, Game Boy Pocket, Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Advance SP, DS, DS Lite. Don't have a DSi, but I do have a 3DS and the 3DS, the new 3DS. I don't have a Vita or a PSP. And I don't have the Game Boy Micro. That's right. Yeah, I don't have a Dreamcast either. But I do have 3DS. Yeah. And then what else have we got? I don't have the Xbox One. I don't have the Xbox One X. I don't have the Xbox One S, Series S. I don't have any of that. And I don't have like a Pro of anything. I don't have like a PS4 Pro. I've got an OG PS2 and not a Slim. You know what I would love? A PS1. Not a PSX. I've got that. I'd love a PS1. Do you guys remember the difference between those? This was the PS1. I would love to have one of these sitting around somewhere. Because the PSX is what I've got. That's this guy. But a PS1, look at that. That's so this, I feel like today would go hard. What a cool little guy. It's like a Discman. It's so small. I would love like a modern retro console that looks like that plays like everything up till PS3. Yeah, but I don't have like... I feel like I'm a bit confused about Sega because I can name like 4 different Sega consoles before the Dreamcast, and I don't know if they're region-based or if that's just how many they had. Like Sega Master System, Sega Saturn, Sega Genesis, Sega CD. What is the difference between all those things? Master System is Genesis. Oh, I see. So in Australia, we call the Master System Genesis, I think. I don't think we had Sega Master System. Okay, so it is region. And the CD, is that like an add-on to the Saturn? I also don't have any Atari anything. CD is an add-on for the Genesis. Wait, so what's the Saturn? Did that come out before or after the Genesis? Because they're all 16-bit, right? Then none of them was any of them 8-bit? What is the Saturn? The Saturn was a 1994, and it's a successor to the Genesis. So Genesis, Saturn. What does this compete with? This is like between SNES and N64? Oh, this is 3D. What the heck? So this is like they went to the next gen too early and nobody got it, and then N64 came out and that was way better. Is that what happened? What games are on the Saturn? Right. So there's like the 3D is not quite good enough to hit PS1 and N64 games. It looks pretty good, but I can see it's actually closer to like 3D games on a Game Boy Advance or like early DS games. Like it's just not quite. This is super sick. What the hell? I love this look. Like extremely low poly. I'm actually... Wait a minute. Hear me out. These games look sick, dude. Not quite that. Some of these games, was that like Breath of Fire? What is this game, dude? Pixel art in the 3D environment? Dude, that looks sick. What is that? Dude, the mixels in the game, the in-game mixels. Oh my God. Okay, so like this just looks like to me like Super Nintendo. This is not that interesting. That was kind of cool. No, there's still pictures though, not 3D graphics. Where is that fighting game, man? Oh, this is kind of sick. Look at this. I never even heard of this game. Look at this tactics game. The sprite work is so bad, dude. But so cool. Waku Waku 7. Oh, that is some muddy sprite work. Maybe it's just the resolution of this person's emulator that's really, really bad. It's not running at native or a multiple of native even. Dude, what is this? Shining Force 3? Look at that. So cool. This. What is this? Princess Crown? Action RPG? Is that 3D models or pixel art? I genuinely cannot tell. That looks so 3D. But it's a sprite. This looks like Universal. Are you still here? I don't think you're still here. This looks so much like a better version of like the Tombi graphics. That's so well. I love that sprite, dude. Cool. Princess Crown. What a cool game. I love that we live in an era where we can just we can just go to YouTube and see the entire game. We can just check out the game. We don't have to play it, but we can like see it. That's such a sick sprite, dude. What the hell? These graphics are sick. What the frick? I love it. This is so cool. I kind of like the chunky feet. Look at this. The faces are so good. This is so cool. This is like, I have not seen a retro game with painterly pixel art like this. Like, look at the folds on this guy's clothes, because the sprites are so big. They're like they're like how I would do them. So cool, dude. So it's a fighting game? What do you do? Okay, it's like an ATB system. Whoa, what was that? That paused. This is actually so freaking sick. Hey, Fu. I actually love this. Look at the sprite art on the friggin' armor. It's so good. I would totally play this. I hope it's not too repetitive. I feel like we've seen this a lot. It's a lot of dialogue though. Like, Jesus. Look at these like 3D pre-rendered environments. Don't like the walk cycle. That's not good. It looks like they've got like one guy. There's like the knight sprite and they just swap their heads, which is probably, you know, that's probably very efficient. So we fought that guy. Where it's just talking. There's a lot of talking. Whoa, overworld. Dude, this is reminding me of Rayman, the original Rayman. Encountered monster. Ochu jelly. They actually say Ochu jelly? Or Oka jelly. This is, I'm actually like, whoa, look at this. Inventory wheel. That is so sick, dude. Ah, it's like the Secret of Mana wheel, but it's like in 3D. The little like, wow. Have I found my people? This feels like what Insignia is like stylistically, and like if someone had played this and then saw Insignia and was like, were you inspired by Princess Crown? I'd be like, no. But now I feel like I wouldn't be surprised by someone saying that at all. That would be a very apt thing for me to be inspired by, because a lot of what's happening here is like what I like. It's like, it's like I played a bunch of Super Nintendo games and then a bunch of PS2 games and PlayStation 1 games. And then like this is the middle point that I never got to play, or just I didn't realize existed. I don't love this sort of walking around adventure game stuff. I don't think that's very good. But style, like the gameplay doesn't look that great, but the style feels like the aesthetic values that they have feel really cool. Way up my alley. Because you can see that they're dealing with such big sprites that there is a... Whoa! There is like a similar problems they're having to solve, similar challenges. They're really doing a lot more puppeteering of the sprite art, which is really interesting. Like this walk cycle is literally taking the idle and moving, puppeteering the pixels. You see that? Like they're articulating it like it's a puppet. Oh, the merchant shop is also a weapon wheel. Look at that. So cool. Can we hear what this game sounds like? I'm actually so curious. It's horrendous for the UX. Like, who can tell what's being selected right now? Just look at what's in his hand and then look down at the bottom of the screen and then read what it says. Still pretty cool though. Yeah, dude, this is so cool. I'm gonna message my brother. I don't think he's watching. Let's get some drama. It feels like the game's very short. Is this an hour or a day? Hang on. Oh, this is gameplay part 1. Okay. I'm like, this is the whole thing? Let's get the long play. I don't think this is a long play either. I'm not sure there will be one. Okay, full gameplay. 4 hours. What the heck? Dude, they beat Mario Sunshine. This is starting to look good though. Look at the combat. Whoa, the dash. I might play this game. I actually might play this. Oh, it's so freaking cool. Look at this. Wait. Oh, no. Oh, look at the foreground object blocking the action. That's so cool. The column. It's so cinematic because of how close up it is. It's like an entire RPG in a fighting game. The one thing I don't get is like, how do you block? Like when is it? I can't tell. There's no like spacing. It's just like hits come out. There's no telegraphing. What the hell, dude? This game is so cool. This would have cost so much money to make. But maybe not. Maybe the environments are they're kind of 3D. Maybe it would have been easy. There's so much to watch. He just walks in. See you, boys. Teleports behind you. Nothing personnel, kid. I want my crown back. What the heck? Look at this guy. What? This is like a cutscene in engine. It's like they did a cutscene inside of the fighting game system. Dude, how many cutscenes are we going to get of the people who in the castle not being able to touch this green person? How many back-to-back cutscenes? I'm actually like way too invested in this. This reminds me so much of one particular piece of art that I really liked. Um, it was you're gonna think this is so silly. When I was like, I want to say 13, my friends somehow were able to play this game, and I wasn't. And I think it was because it was a paid game, like a subscription thing online. It was Ragnarok Online. And I would just draw fan art. In fact, I don't think this is the original art. I think the original art's a little different. Oh, well, this looks pretty much like it's what it is. I remember it being a much better drawing, but of the face. This was like one of the first, this was my like anime awakening moment of like, I mean, we all watched anime as kids, but like I would draw this. I would like try and like not trace it, but like copy it because I just liked how it was like drawn and the proportions and the rendering. This game, this Princess Crown game looks like that. It kind of looks like it shares that art style. Something about the chunkier feet and hands. I don't know. I like it. The really elaborate armor. And it's got, I love like the complexity of like the armor sets. It's very Final Fantasy Tactics, but more detail. So cool. Dude, I feel like the whole world just like, it's like we just forgot those games because they were on a shitty system. Do people like Princess Crown? Not the Crown Princess. Who made this game? It's an Atlas game, of course. So Princess Crown, they made Dragon's Crown as well, right? That's also Atlas? Or am I? Yeah, Atlas. Okay, so we know where this has come. We know the pedigree at this point. They like their crowns. Oh, someone said it looked like a Vanillaware game. It is a Vanillaware game. The game began development in 1995 at an unnamed company with Capcom veteran George Kamitani as director. Someone said that. You already know this. After the company went bankrupt the following year, the team were absorbed into Atlas's Osaka studio to complete development. Initially planned as a life sim game, similar to Princess Maker 2, it was redesigned as an action role-playing game to compete with similar titles on PlayStation. Commercial failure was positively reviewed and later lauded for its art design. Princess Crown continued to influence Kamitani's career. Wait a second, so what did Vanillaware make? Odin Sphere. Dragon's Crown. I remember Dragon's Crown. I remember Polygon not liking how sexualized Dragon's Crown was, I think.
Gaming noodle here.
Am I gonna get sucked into playing this game too? Lovely painterly art, by the way. Dude, it so looks like the same thing. It's so funny how that happens. You can see the DNA. Look at these characters. What is this guy? Okay, we gotta stop. This is fun. Very cool. I don't think I'm interested in Odin Sphere or the other Vanillaware games, but really cool, really pretty stuff. So, okay, I've made a decision. I think this is the path forward. I just feel anxious about it. Should sprinting cost energy? That's the next question. And I was thinking blocking could also cost energy. Like if you block like this, like if you miss block, you don't take damage, but you lose energy. Maybe parrying always gives you one charge at least. One sec, pals. Be right back. Sorry, I just got really freaked out for a second there. My Ring camera said there was a person at the back door, and I was like, what the hell is that? And then I noticed she has a shirt hanging up by the line near the back door. And the shirt is waving around in the wind, and it looks like someone's standing at the back door. Scared the crap out of me. Is the playtest open? You can sign up for it on Steam, yeah. Oh, thank you. Okay. So, I just want to get into the emotional headspace of doing this next little sprint on the health bar and the the charges system. I'm going to make a branch and call it EP charges. I pressed a bad button. It's going to have to re-import twice now. Hopefully not. Okay. So, EP charges. That's what we're creating here. This is the stamina bar. But we're going to like repurpose it if we can, or do something with it. So we're going to go into the engine. Actually, we'll just go sword HUD. And then we have sword HUD base, ensign HUD, status effects, health, energy. So literally I just unlock it and it's there again. And then it should probably live underneath. We're going to have to move the status effects, but that's okay. I just shift that down to like here. Because I'm a good developer like that. Energy. I don't like the color, but I think I can just pick a color for this. Something like that. And then the height of this could be like 4. Doesn't have to be that big. The temp can be also 4. The chrome can be a lot smaller. There, it looks like I do have pips already. Look at that, energy pips. So I was already on the way to making this. That's crazy. Looks like it's kind of baked in, which is not a big deal. If I set native size, okay, it is what it is. It doesn't look accurate, but it's fine. Maybe I can go here and then here. So they're just white, and then I'm just tinting the color. If you start with white, you can just pick the color you want in Unity. So I want this to be 4 pixels. So let's start with this thing and squeeze it until it's 4 pixels. I think that's 4. And then we're going to take this and push it down until it's framing the 4. This, push it up. It probably is already 9 sliced, so I don't really need to do this, but and I don't even think I like this from a UX perspective. I don't even think it looks, it's not even how I would want to break these out. Maybe I'll just make them a black partition for now. In which case, I actually don't need to do this at all. Oh, have I already solved this? What is this? Straight line. Did I just do that? Did that just... I don't think I just did that. Oh, I see. I had like both. It was going to be like a streak across the space. Let's just can that for now. I'll bring this back because it actually works for what I need. And then maybe we can actually shrink this down another one. So to like 2, I'm feeling. We can shrink this down to 6. And then the energy bar can start, let's say here. Just for now, I know it's not right. If we put it above the health, that's not quite right either. I think we just leave it where it is. I think that's probably perfect for now. Just again, for now. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Okay, so it's not plugged into anything yet. And I do have an old stamina style energy system that would like, you would lose energy when you, like, hang on, I can't do that yet. You would lose energy when you ran and when you attacked, and you would gain energy when you stood around for a bit. So that's all still, I think, plugged into this thing. So it's probably not going to be very practical for now. But we can maybe repurpose it nonetheless. Though it is different from all of my other systems. How should this behave? I just want to have a quick think. So in my head, I see it like this. Under the hood, there is a bar that's just going up. It's just a value inside of a bar. And then I have these pip objects. And the pip objects are what determines if you can use the thing. So this pip will exist at some like infinitely small breakpoint here. Let's say it's like, you need 10. And maybe they would be dispersed every 10, you know? And so each pip would say, okay, like I am the 10 or the 20 or the 30 breakpoint. And if this bar is above that value, I light up. And once I'm lit up, that's what I check. I check this to see if you're allowed to use an ability. And then physically, this is just placed like dead on top of that. So you can see that this will do the little, you know, all the little animations, whatever. But it's not interacting with this. It's not, there's two separate UI elements, one sitting on top of the other. This can have like an empty side like that or whatever. We can just literally sit it on top. So it doesn't have to be super precise. It just has to read the value and display what's happening. I think that's the easiest thing that I can do from a UI design perspective and a programming perspective. I think it's just the less they have to care about how each is rendered, the better. So energy right now, it's just a bar. I don't even think it knows anything about anything. I think it's just literally a thing that can be shown, that can show a number. In fact, it doesn't even have a script on it at all. There is no script. Going back to the health bar, there's a combat bar script. So that's pretty good. So I can take this combat bar script and put it onto my energy bar. And then I can say, well, I've got my temp and I've got my value. I'll take this away for a second and hide it again. So I've got temp and value. This has temp. This has value. There is a default color. This has not set it. And then there is a delay and a tolerance and drains and fills. Okay. This one is they're the same. So all that does is manage when you chunk a number off of it. It just like shows the distance and then like closes it slowly. So we have like HUD behavior and then HP bar, but we don't have energy bar. Okay. I don't know why I need this transform. It does feel a bit weird. Okay. I don't actually think I need this update energy bar at all anymore. I think that's the whole point of me doing that in the first place. And then this update pips. I don't think I need that either, but we'll have a look. Did you see it? Did you see how cool the game is? I'm super interested. I would play this. Isn't this cool? Look at like the sprite art on like the knight. Look at, isn't this like Tombi but Final Fantasy Tactics or something like that? Look how cool that is. The little articulating like sprites, mouths and legs and stuff. It's like, it feels like a game that we should have played, but it was on a console we didn't have. So cool. All the animation stuff. Oh, so cool. And then like look at this. Look at the was it here? Not that. There was a point where there's like an item wheel. Where is this merchant? I think it was pretty early on. Maybe like, yeah, this. Isn't that so cool? The rotating item wheel. They're doing so much by articulating the pixel art rather than redrawing it. A lot of these animations are just like squashing and stretching because the sprite art is so high res that they can do that without it breaking too much. I just think it's so cool. And they have these like full cutscenes that are happening like in the engine, just like in the system. You know, isn't this so cool? It's like watching a TV show. The moon, the light rippling off the... Very cool. Okay. I've been working on Insignia since 2017. Yeah, it would look even different with the CRT for sure. Okay. Scripts have compile errors. What is my compile error? I don't think this update pips needs to be here. What are we looking at? Active pip count, life max energy, out of character magic cost. For each pip, add a pip. Oh, I can see it. I can see it. Rect transform, instantiate, pip. Yeah. I mean, I could see it. And then is pips... It's a list of rect transforms. They should probably... Well... I don't hate it, but I might just get rid of it. I might get rid of all of this. Just keep it simple. And then actually, that will probably ease up a lot of the issues that we've got with this. That just goes away. And then we've got energy bar. So we've got HP bar dot... Yep. Energy bar dot set max funk. Yep. And then we got to say public int life get max energy. That gives us that. Update value. And then HP bar, I think will get referenced later by this. On life stat recalculated. We don't have like an on energy stat recalculated. I don't think that's gonna go. But we need this, not set size, but maybe like an... Well, that's interesting, but I don't think I'd want to do it that way. Oh, okay, that's a real thing. On energy updated dot invoke. Okay. And then give energy happens when. Okay. Sure. So this is actually like really close to already working. It might actually already work. Oh, we don't like that because I didn't plug it in. As usual, I forgot. UI. Where's my sword? Menu. There you are. This goes here. Okay, so there is energy there. We're not currently spending it though. So maybe we need a life.spend energy. Nothing? Oh, there are things that do it. Let's go like to movement. Player ground control. Sprint is a mobile animation state. Let's just call it 1. Let's just see if we can make it drain by running around. Oh, I actually am running out. It's running out, it's just not visually updating. Okay, okay. It actually is updating, and it is going down, it is coming back up. We're just not reflecting it here. Why not? That's you. These are your values. So do it. Maybe I got them backwards. Nope. Nope. What about if we go back to the temp for this and this? Oh, they've got a fill amount. Ah, it's a different type of image. If you go to these, you go image, filled. Fill origin left. Fill method horizontal. I think that's what we want to do here. Filled horizontal left. Filled horizontal left. Yeah, let's try that. There we go. It even fills up when I kill an enemy. Okay. Okay, well, let's make it now so that the chrome at least obeys the rest of it. So the chrome for the health is just a sliced image, the same way that this is. And it's on the bottom, which is weird. I don't know how that works. Whatever, dude. It's an image. So that's also an image. Sprite, unlit, default. Sure, that's no big deal. They both look the same to me. So then this is going to stretch. And then I guess what we're missing here is this doesn't have like a chrome thing. So maybe on the HUD behavior, update health bar chrome. Maybe we do that also for the energy bar. There probably should be some other way to inside of the combat bar class to do this, but I'm going to do it here because it's I've already set a convention. Thanks for the sub, Meowj. Thank you so much. You did nothing. You didn't help me at all. Energy bar chrome. Oh, does this happen too late? No, it's happening all the time. It's happening every frame even. Okay. Oh, that's not right. I would have no idea if that's right. See ya, Meowj. Yay. So I just have to say, instead of overflow X, this is like 1 pixel instead. Whoops. It's much more than that, and I whoops. Hang on. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. The number, because I broke the serialized figure. So the health PPH, the health overflow is more like whatever that value is. It's like 12, and the energy overflow could be like 1. And it might need to be 2 instead of 3. Hey, Arnold, thank you so much for the sub. Okay, it might need to be like even more than 3. Maybe it is 3. or like 4 even. Nice. Okay. Okay, so now we can spend energy and recover energy, and it's correct. And actually parrying gained us a bunch of energy. Did you see that? It already works that way. When did I do that? See that? It just flashed blue and filled up. When did I do that? When did I add the feature that I was supposed to add today? Like, how many years ago was that? Whatever. Dude, I don't know. I need to know where this is happening so that I can confirm that it's doing it the way it's supposed to. I can't just accept that the game somehow knows what I want it to do already. What the heck? This is saying on fixed update, we just get energy back. I guess if we have control, yeah, this is like try recover energy. So when are we spending energy? Parry riposte. Okay. Player ground control. This is like the sprint that we just added. I don't want that to be in the game. I don't want attacks to cost energy either. I actually really just want bad defending to cost energy. Yo, Ilan Chichek, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. So I called this something else. It wasn't deflect. You get rattled. So here it would be like, let's call it 10. Yeah. That's pretty cool. But what's our base energy? How much we got? $75. I think it should cost us like 25. And I think we should actually start with 50. And then we should commit. I still don't know why we get the energy back when we parry. You know what we could do? Trace the call stack. On hit confirm. Inside of explode particles. Oh my gosh. Jesus. Okay. That's not right. That's such a weird tree of logic. Okay. So this is when... Okay, first of all, I'm going to commit. And I think at the start of the game, I'm going to hide the life bar, the energy bar. I think it's just going to be something that appears after you unlock the ensigns. At the start of the game, it's just red. You're just running around. Nothing costs you energy. You can't spend it. You can't regain it. So I just don't show it. And then later I show it to you. So first of all, let's just take all of this. And just pop it all in here. I don't know why that... There will be energy upgrades. Yeah. And they're going to be a little bit, I think, I don't know how much the energy upgrades should be. Like in chapter 1, you already have to do a sequence of like 2 abilities in a row. So you have to have at least enough energy to use 2. And you can almost, you probably will never be able to use more than 4. So you have 2 upgrade points in the whole game. Do you know what I mean? Like it just doesn't feel like it's worth that much. Maybe you can get more energy and all it does is just, I guess it just doesn't hurt that much when you block poorly. You recover a little bit faster, stuff like that. Like there might be little things here and there I can do to give you, to make it still a worthwhile thing, but the breakpoints won't ever change in terms of the main story progress. I don't really know. It feels like kind of a weird place to put upgrade points in this game. In other games, I could see why, but in this game, I'm not sure. So, save that. Have we committed this? No. So we're now going to go to where we expect to do this. Yeah. The tough thing here is that I don't pass in who is pressuring me to give the energy to, but I might have to. This is going to cause a few issues. For now, that's how I would do that. So who's this? Reflex attack. That's okay. Oh, that's not okay. Oh, that's unfortunate. I don't know what to do here. If you know what? I don't think we should apply any pressure in this context. I think it's just bad. Right now, if you knock an enemy into the air, when they land, they take some pressure damage. But if an enemy just falls for whatever reason and lands, I'm not going to say it's Armin who deserves the energy response. Like, you don't just suck up any energy of anyone falling over on their own. It would have to be like you are the last person that hit them, and the reason they're in the air is because you hit them. That's too far. I don't think it's worth even applying the pressure there, so I'm just going to take it away. Good. On hurt. So this would be info.collider life. Collider life? I'll have to confirm that. Collide is who got hit. Boom, boom, boom. This suffer pressure. I don't know about this. I don't think either of these have any function calls, so I almost feel like I should take them away. Any left? Yes. So, tumble. It's another one. I think just no. I think this has to be on actual hit. I did. I'm happy with the water effect. You want to see it? I'm actually just re-adding energy into the game. Okay. Check it out. Check it out. Isn't that cool? The way I've got it like moving on like a sine wave along the curve. Yeah. That's right. Trailer, here we go. I'm there. I'm pretty much there. Yeah, there's a lot I can do with it too. It was so strange to make in the end. The actual how it ended up being the right answer for the particle effects, they almost don't look right. They don't look like they would work, but they totally do. Like, that's not how I animate like fire or anything. What I do, the logic ended up being something like this. Fill the space. There's like a rectangle here of like what I think it should be, right? So like fill that space as soon as possible and then stay in the space, right? Occupy it, right? Occupy the space and then just resolve the water. And that means pushing the foam down to pass it down the train. So like as the next particle gets spawned in behind me, its foam is just starting here. So I'm sort of like passing the water down the train. So it has to like fill the space, froth white, pass the white down, and then dissipate. That was what it ended up being, which is so different from the fire. Because the fire is just explode upwards. You know, it's like just consume up. That's what all fire does, right? The air underneath it eats into the combustion and it just disappears. But the water is like so different. Yeah. Do you know what the strategy that worked? I was showing it on stream earlier. And you kind of inspired me to do this actually, Elzak. Because we were talking about the node settings window the other day, and you were like, we should just do it as the IMG UI first. Well, this was me like realizing I should be prototyping it first. So I know that's a weird connection to make, but what I did was, let me see. So I literally just made a blue line. I just was like, okay, whatever, it's a blue line. And then I animated the blue line first to get this right. So like, see how they're not quite aligned head to toe? So it was like, okay, where in the sprite does the physical water need to live? Okay, it probably needs to end at the pivot point and start a little bit back. Okay, try it again. Okay, now it's a little better and I like that, so I'll keep that. Because ultimately I am trying to get more stuff in less space, but that's okay. And then I just played with it. Like I just kept going back and forth between Unity and Sprite and just seeing if I do this, what happens? Oh, that's not quite what I want. I want it to look more like this. Okay, what if I do this? What does that look like? That iteration was the answer. Like I would not have come up with that logic of like the froth goes down to the bottom. I wouldn't have thought about that. I wasn't, you know, all the other stuff I was doing looked really cool, but it's the reason why this doesn't work is the difference between a particle that's moving from A to B versus a particle that represents this space that's stamped. Because in this version, you just need to resolve what's happening to the particle over time, and it's going to move across the space while it goes up and up and up in time. Like that's the fire. Whereas the water, I'm stamping it statically, and then inside of the sprite, let's say I'm going this way, inside of the sprite, this is happening. I'm making the water occupy the space and then, you know, dissipate the way it needs to. But this isn't moving. And particularly because I needed the water, the difference is the fire, you can just spam sprite, like particles. You could just say, there's this much fire, and that will look good because fire has that chaos to it. But water is like, it's flowing. You need to like properly angle the particles end to end like that, like a train. I mean, the particles do move a little bit. They inherit a little bit of velocity, maybe. But the difference is we're trying to, with the water, we're trying to watch like the head of like a torpedo, right? It's like there's like a pillar of water, and the water has like a front, and then it sort of like a dragon goes back. We're trying to watch the head pass through the different particles, like one progressive thing. Whereas the fire, it's just like, yeah, wherever you spawn it, like there's fire there. So I think it was just that thing that I wasn't getting there with the water, and the water kept looking like blue fire for that reason. I just hoped that I could spawn it where I needed it to be, and it would just do it. And it's not that the water doesn't, like, there's no continuity here, right? Like, they do just sort of dissipate, but it feels like the mass is preserved because you're watching the length of the snake stay where it is. Not stay where it is. The length is preserved as it moves. It's very subtle, and it's not that different from how the fire works, because you can do that with the fire as well. But it's in the characteristics of how the material is supposed to look like it's behaving like as a substance that changes it. Like as a substance, it's harder. Anyway, most of it just comes down from it. Honestly, I think most of it comes down from the angles. Like what I'm doing with it that I wasn't doing before is I bit the bullet and I did rotate the pixels in the end. So originally I was like really trying hard to do like variations in angles, like a 22 degree and a 45 degree and a 67 degree and a 90 degree. In the end, I was like, I'm just going to try this with rotated pixels. And honestly, like it looked fine. It looks good like this, you know, for some reason, I don't care. It looks good enough. Almost like cool. Like the mixels almost like somehow give it some kind of, I don't know, it kind of feels like more legit in a weird way. Like I thought I would want to hide the mixels, but I don't. I actually am kind of proud of them. I don't know why that is. It just doesn't look as bad to me as I thought it would. I even tried, you know, we have the layer that we can quantize them with. The Pixel Perfect stuff, the Pixel FX thing. I can put them on a layer that's quantized, but I don't think it looks better to do that. I think it looks better this way. It's fun to do. It's fun to play with. Oops. And for like an attack, like if you do like an upwards attack with this, like it's gonna look so cool. You know, or like a spinning wheel behind you. There's so many cool things I want to do with it. It actually inspires me to make more attacks. So I quite like this. I really want to I want to make this more reliable as an ability. Cool. And it's great because like I was saying before, you know, it's so procedural that I can start it or stop it wherever I want, and it just works. Like I don't have to worry ever about, oh, I have to redraw this effect, you know, because I need it to be different now. Like what happens if I have like a in the past, I had a water attack that was a dive kick, and I had drawn the exact distance that you cover in the water. But like, what if you do it from up here? What if you do it from here? What if you do it from here? You just can't cover those, use cases. Whereas here, with the way that I'm doing it in the game, you can just have anything have as many particles or as little particles as you want. I'm very, 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 very happy with it. I think it's going to pay off long term as I add more abilities. They're going to look great on day one. Even that water pool effect is 2 red sprites of Armin. It's 2 keyframes, a script that's like 50 lines long, and then just the water effect being told to go from here to there. That's all it is. I prototyped that whole thing in like 45 minutes. And it's cool, and it looks like you could do cool stuff with it, you know? Yeah, the fire one's the first one. It's actually the second one. The first one is the wall climb. So just being able to prototype very quickly and have it look good, I think is going to save me so much time in the next year. Okay, so we're doing energy at the moment, and it looks like we solved every situation we needed. So it costs us energy to block poorly, and then I think I want the recovery to be very slow. Oh, okay. Engine, player character, enemy awareness, should draw a weapon. So this is... I think we should call this like is in danger or something like that, but that's okay. We can go back to Armin behavior. This also should probably live in the player character script, not Armin behavior script. But cool. I love being where I am in development right now. I love it because everything I want, I already have. If there's something I want to leverage or check, it's like I've already written the check for that and a script for that, and I'm fine. So if we block poorly, it's going to take a long time for us to build that back up. And I think what I want to do is, if you take, well, maybe it doesn't cost you anything. He could go into like a slumped block, like he can't hold the sword up when he's got no energy. We could do that. But anyway, parrying gives us the energy back. Well, breaking the enemy gives us the energy back. I think parrying should give us some energy back. This is going to actually be so interesting fighting the Lexan. I don't think I want it to increase the stakes in this fight. I don't think it should make the fight harder. Yeah, maybe taking damage should also hurt your energy. What is this called? Apply damage. So I think it's like maybe that. I'm not sure. Why is this wrong? Oh. No? Okay. I think you should lose. So stamina here is a little different from a normal game's stamina. I don't know. I'm playing with the idea. That's what I'm thinking. I think that was like way too much. The challenge that I have with it is if it's moving up and down super quickly, you won't be able to track it. So maybe it shouldn't. I think this is no good. It's too it's not a mechanism people understand, and it's unintuitive and it's not fun to lose two things when you get hit once. Also, that costs so much. That's no good at all. I like that though. You lose the energy relative to the amount of damage you would have taken. Okay, it's like the same amount anyway. Maybe half. Is it actually like 25? 20. Okay, pretty similar. So let's just halve that. Yo, thanks for the follow, Zoran. And I think he should be able to catch himself if he has energy left. So this set rattle state looks like we're always doing this, so let's just let that happen. So we always prevent damage. Let's just, hang on. Maybe there are circumstances later. So why can't we block inside of this ability? I think sword behavior is a hit receiver. And it's something like, I think maybe the rattle state is not part of sword behavior. It's just an animation state. No. Handle attack out of deflect. I want to set deflect. No, I don't want to set deflect. I want to set rattle state, which is receive hit comes from where? I think this, surely this subscribes. Add hit receiver this. Yeah. So receive hit. I'm a little confused. I guess the hit receiver is not considered but it's here, but it didn't happen. Oh, when we enter exit, we remove the hit receiver. So we only can block the hits if we're in the sword state. And I guess for whatever reason, the rattle state it's not considered part of this. But it is considered part of this because I'm setting this to that. So this should still trap. It should still catch that. Unless there's this should process. When does that happen? Oh, I see. So actually, is this happening here? Yeah, that's good. Okay, so it's actually this. I've already built this out. Any hints for making clean animation transitions in animation tree and in code? I don't use an animation tree. I just have everything in code. Mostly, if it's pixel art, you don't need to make smooth transitions. But the tips I would give is organize your code in, I mean, there is a tree, but it's not an animation blend tree. That's like an undirected graph. This is like a actual state hierarchy tree. So it's a state machine of state machines. And what I do is because it's so granular, like I have running as a state, or like ground control is a state. Inside of ground control, I have like idle, skidding, running. And so I'm very close to the code and the logic for like running. It's right next to the part of the code that handles skidding. So I have control because they're not just loose states in random scripts everywhere. They are organized and balanced by how logically similar they are to each other and where they live in that tree. You know, the closer two scripts are, if you have running here and skidding there, and they're two separate scripts, the parent script can arbitrate between which one should be acting right now. So that's why I have the trees of state machines. Because the parent can say, okay, what's our velocity? If our velocity is this much, but the player is moving back this way and we're running, which we have a child reference to, switch to skidding. And then when we're finished skidding, because our velocity is dampened sufficiently, switch back to running. So that's how I do it. I don't know if that answers your question, but or greater than 0. So now actually I'd like to do a little thing here called public float guard cost, rattle cost, return half damage. What? Collision info. Sid Meier's Pirates? I don't actually know Sid Meier's Pirates.
You know when
But the fact that you said that makes me so happy, because I have constantly been searching I've been trying to move the combat into a position where I can use the word swashbuckling to describe it. I've been trying so hard. That's cool. The fact that you said that makes me so happy, because that's the exact thing that I'm trying to get. I actually was watching Pirates of the Caribbean while designing this enemy. Nice, that actually totally worked. So this should be greater than 0. because I want it to bottom you out before you die. So good. Okay. Yeah. Well, it's that scene where they're in the blacksmith in the shed, and it's, you know, it's Jack and Will, and they're going back and forth. It's, you know, and it's also like a very Errol Flynn thing. You know, it's exactly supposed to be that. The ding 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 ding. You know, that's what I'm going for. Okay. This is 1 second. It should be 2 seconds. Or at least 1.5. Where is it? It's public, but is it read only? Okay. Okay, let's do it. And then, capture gem. Why is this always no good? It's a public static thing. .life. Give energy. Let's call it 50. If you capture an ensign, you just get 50 free damage, energy. How do you avoid scope creeping on every game idea you have? Yeah. I may sound like not a good person to answer that question, but I think I am. Your goal, when it comes to making your game, ultimately, is to spend the exact amount of time, right? You're adding stuff. You want to spend the exact amount of time such that what you market, right, in the store, what you're asking people to care about is exactly what you made. Okay? So the question is something like, will this thing, how much more work is this going to be? And will this make my game more marketable? How much more? So much more that it will double my sales? If it doesn't double your sales, and it doesn't add 5% to your sales, and it doesn't even add 2% to your sales, if you don't feel like people will materially actually be more interested in your game, then is it worth it? Because the more time you spend on your game, the more things you add, the higher this price has to go to justify the time you spent. If you spend 10 years on a $2 game, what are the odds you're going to make that back in a way that lets you keep making games? It's just not practical. So what you're actually fighting against is there are two curves happening at the same time. There's the time you've spent, which is linear, and there's what you think you can get in total sales when you sell your game. And that hopefully should do something like this. hopefully there's a point where the amount of time you've put in and the price you want to spend, you want to charge the game at, and the amount of copies you think you'll sell crosses into the north. Once you're in this point here, then your work has been justified, right? All the things that you did back here were worth it. And actually, before you're at this point, you have to do these things because it's not worth selling your game. If you started working on the game, like on day one, you can't charge $1 for nothing, right? It's $1, but I've spent 1 day. It's not worth it. Okay. You can't charge $2 for a 6-week-old project either, right? Because it's not finished yet. If you can finish the game, right, earlier, if you can make a game that's worth $5 in 6 months, that's great, right? That means you've got something that is closer to this. Where you go, whoop, and that's your 6-month point. Maybe it bottoms out really quickly. Maybe your 6-month project goes like this, right? So after like 12 months, like this is like 1 year, this is like 6 months. Maybe it's profitable for you to spend, this is like a $5 game or something. Maybe, don't spend too much more than 6 months on this game because like eventually you've spent double the time, but your game's not that much more valuable after a year because of what you were able to add in that extra time. So it's really just a question of like, will this thing make my game more valuable? And there's 2 reasons why something might. Either because the bar for quality, like there are a few parameters here, right? There's like, how appealing is my game, right? This is just like a bar that can just go up over time. You can just make your game way more appealing every day by adding more production quality, more animation, more whatever. That can just go up. So like appeal or like polish. That's fair. Then there's like, what am I trying to say? There's how much polish. There's like, I guess it's not polish, but like it's more like production value. Then there's like stability, right? So like how like well engineered is it? Like sometimes if your game looks really cool, but it runs like crap, it's not worth releasing. Like it doesn't matter how cool your game looks. If it doesn't run on a, GeForce, I don't know what they're called these days. If it doesn't work on the best graphics card possible and it crashes all the time, like you can't release it. So like there's like a QA thing here that you need to do. There's like a different kind of quality, but like production here that you need to do. Then there's like content volume. Like how much playtime do you get out of it? Like maybe your game looks really good. It plays really well on every device, but there's like 10 minutes of gameplay content. Well, it's still not ready. It's not over this line yet if you can't charge. These are the things that people care about when they're buying a game. Like, it looks really cool. Yeah, I might buy that. Oh, it runs on everyone's, systems and no one's giving it a bad review because it's crashing all the time. Okay. Oh, there's like 10 hours of gameplay, right? Then you can start thinking about your thing being like north of this line of like how much is it worth someone's money for the time you've spent on it. For me, what tends to happen is this thing of like, and you should be very careful. This is why scope creep is real and why you should be very careful. When you make new scope, that's like a new pillar of your game, right? The pillars are like dimensions, right? If you have like a 1D shape, right? It's just a line. You just have to solve all of this equation for like this one thing. Like, oh, the game is poker, single player poker, right? The first question is like, is it poker? Does it break? you're pretty much there, you know? Like, if it doesn't break and it's poker, the people who like poker will like it. You can sell that for whatever. All of the unknowns are very condensed. But the more new features you add to your game, the more dimensions you create. And so eventually you've got this like cube, right? Of like, well, it's a roguelike, life sim, tactics, MMORPG. You got all these things that it's trying to do. And now you have to meet all of these bars for quality and content and whatever. You have to solve all of these problems for all of these. Hey, Rick Nasty, thank you so much for the sub. You have to do that across all of these different things. They all have to work together. They all have to reach your audience, and your audience might be different people now because you've got different things that your game does. So the more different things you add, it doesn't make it easier to sell your game. It makes it harder to sell your game because some people might like this thing. They might like the tactics part, but they don't like the MMO part. You have to justify all of these things being together in the same package, right? Because they're going in different directions. So if they don't amplify each other, if they don't actually make the game better just for existing, why are they there? What's the point? It's harder to market, harder to do QA, harder to make a fun game that has too many things in it. So you're trying to find a point where these resonate rather than become cacophonous and atonal. And that's hard to do generally. It's why my game is taking 10 years plus, right? It's because I was like, I want to do high quality pixel art, and I want to do really cool storytelling in my game, and I want to do action combat, but I also want to do puzzle platforming with the action combat across the story in an open world. All of those things are, it's a very fine thread to make those things sing together. It's a very, the target becomes very small, right? And very far away. It's like you're shooting an arrow and the target you've got to hit to make all these things work is like this big, and it's like this far away. So now to get to the point where like my pink line is actually going to be worth it, now I'm like, I've got to spend like $1 million, build a team of like 15 people. I got to like be a generational, game, blah, blah, blah. All this stuff has to happen because my game's scope is actually like, so there are so many things that it does, and it's not unreasonable, my game. It's just unreasonable for one person. That's why my game is taking so long. It's not an attractive prospect. Games like mine have been being made for the last 30 years. It's just that those games were made by teams of people that were like 15, 30 people of core dev team who have made like 10 games in the past, working at like Capcom or Square Enix or Squaresoft or whatever, right? That's the reason why for me this is so risky. And so the time just keeps going up and up and up and up and up and up, right? It just like the time it takes for me to make it is huge. And this target point where I'm like in this zone becomes very small, very narrow. That's why people say make small games. Scope creep, I don't like that term. There's just scope. You can add scope, you can take scope away. But you have to understand when you add something, what does this do to your offering, your plate, right? You're trying to like make a dish. When you add a new flavor, it's like, is this gonna make the dish better, or is it just adding flavors because I'm actually scared of what I'm making? Maybe you're adding something because you don't think that what you've done is like enough. That's a different. You're in like a different mental model at that point. I think a confident game is only as big as it needs to be. Now, my game, I think, unfortunately, like even today, the reason why we're adding this feature, the energy stuff, we started with a problem based on the existing combat system. So for me, it was not oh, I think it would be cool if I added an energy system. I actually started with that, took it away for like 3 years. And now I'm like, oh, now that I have this content and combat system and all of this, now that I have this game, do I have enough of a foundation to build the rest of the game on? And we had a balance problem, which is when I have too many abilities, there's nothing stopping me from spamming them. How do I prevent that? That's a problem within the existing scope. It's not new scope for the sake of blue sky. It's new scope for the sake of making the existing scope work. So the fact that I can do this, it's not fun. No, it actually degrades the combat system if I let you do it, because the combat system's fun depends on constraints. So if this breaks all the constraints, you won't get to appreciate all the years of work I spent on the combat system, on the hitboxes and the damage values. So I want the game to be fun because it's tight, not because you can do cool animations, because the cool animations should be a reward for good play. I want you to get the cool animations when you do it right, when you're playing well. It'll feel much more satisfying that way, and it will justify all of the work that I've put in, right? Because if I just wanted to make a game that had cool animations, I could have reached this point much earlier. I didn't have to build a tight combat system. I could have just made a game that had cool animations and made it an RPG, right? At that point, this line, we could have reached our crossover point earlier. But I'm saying, like, my goal, this is the real thing. If Insignia is more marketable, this is what exactly the answer to your question and exactly what I'm doing today. If Insignia is more marketable because it has a combat system that's unique and engaging, right? Then it justifies the work that I spent building the combat system, right? If my game is just another button mash pixel art side-scrolling game, then why would I spend all those years building that stuff? I might as well have thrown that out, right? Don't spend it in the first place. And it means I can't charge as much. It means I can't ask of you. I can't ask you to take my game way more seriously if the game doesn't warrant you taking it more seriously in the way that it presents itself and the way that it carries itself. If in the reviews of my game, people don't say the combat system was really engaging, I loved how the parry system, the directional parries added an innovative quality to the thing that really made me think about combat. If I can't get that from reviewers and players, I've failed at building the thing that I'm building. The value of what I made is not worth the time that I put in, because the perceived value of the game will be somewhere more like, instead of it being like, wow, this game's like a once in a generation, blah, blah, blah. Instead, it'll be like, yeah, this is cool. This is like, that other game or those other games, And if it's down here, then like I might as well have stopped like 5 years ago. I might as well have just finished it 5 years ago and released it, like aimed for a target that was more like this. Sorry, more like this. I'm going to get there. More like this, right? Not as high highs, but maybe it gets to its release point sooner and with less risk. It's not a very good graph. The proportion's not great, but crosses up through this point and levels out earlier. That's what I'm trying to say. Maybe I could have made a game that was kind of like, I don't want to like diss other games, but a game that has less combat depth, but is still pretty, still has all of the other aspects to it. I could have released it at this point and made some money right here. That's profitable because the time I spent is worth less than the money I made. Instead, we're trying to go for something whose value is more like up here. Like this might be like a $20 game, but I'm trying to like make something that feels like it's like a $40 game. Because I've found something interesting as a designer, I found something interesting in the combat system that I think is valuable. When we say valuable, I mean that not just in a unifying sense, like valuable as in worth exploring because it's worth money and worth you playing it. Like the term value there is it's like a objective thing. Like I talk about this like mountainscape sometimes of like game design. There are like fun games at the top of these mountain peaks. And as game designers, when we make a game, we're searching for the mountain peaks. We're like in the bottom of the mountain, in the valleys, in the mist, and we're like looking at games around us. Oh, there's a mountain up there, there's a mountain up there, at other games that have sold well. You know, you see Hollow Knight up here, you go, whoa, Hollow Knight, that's done really well. I'm right here. Some games will just try to climb to the exact same mountaintop. Others will try to find a higher mountain that might be beyond that mountain. Maybe if I just pass by and go down here, I'll end up at a mountain that's even higher than Hollow Knight. Not that quality of game directly contribute, it's not a meritocracy per se. Release timing, there's all these other things. But in terms of design space, the y-axis of this is value. Like it's like if I combine these mechanics with this kind of content, I'll have a game that someone on average, an audience, will look at and say, this was good, right? It's review score, it's revenue, whatever you want to call it. There's like a hazy signal there that basically just means, was it worth it? Was it worth it to make this game? Did this game deserve to exist and be priced at the price that you set for it? That's the same y-axis as this. Did you hit the peak that you were trying to hit with the time that you spent, such that an audience could agree with you that it was worth doing it? So when I'm working on like this health bar, it's like, well, I know that if I let you spam, you will not be exploring the part of the design space that I've been exploring, because you'll fall off, basically. You'll fall off the mountain. So I need to, and it, as a point of visibility, it adds a layer, not a new layer. It exposes a layer. So when you're asking yourself about scope creep, the question is, does this work I'm doing expose a layer that's already there that I need to resonate higher, that I can use to market the game? Does it expose value, or is it a new value proposition that I have to justify across the game again? If it's a new value proposition, I'd be very careful. If it exposes value that's already there, then consider it. Like, for example, we are working on Scene Graph, this tool. There are features that we are adding right now that, in my opinion, expose value because they connect two dots, they connect two pillars that are already there. Like, you can drag from one node to another with an event. That's great. You should be able to do that to a port so that you load into that door rather than just anywhere in the level. We've already done the work, most of the work required to do that. The extra little bit is just filling in the gap that is caused by our oversight. We're exposing new value rather than re-proposing a brand new feature. It's still work that's more scope, right? Like, we don't support this right now. If we added stuff, we'd be adding scope. Okay, it's already in. It is already in. I think we can do it right now. Not in my version. I need to pull from the repo. But the point is, before we built that, we didn't have it. If you just go, blah, blah, scope creep, that's not helpful, right? Because it's all about the value proposition. It's all about, is this worth more than it costs? And if it's just filling in a gap that's already there, it's like you have two crevices, you have two mountains, and there's just a little jump you have to make to get from one to the other. To make something stronger and resonate better, rather than adding a thing, I think you should do it. If it increases the value of what you're doing and it's on the same foundation that you already have, it's worth it. Same thing with, we're reconsidering the settings, because getting these previews looking right is part of a core value proposition of the tool, right? It's like literally we've identified it as, like, we asked users in a survey which things they thought were most valuable for the tool based on the proposition. And they said one of the things that's most valuable is the previews. So getting the previews setup feature as tight and easy and painless as possible makes that core value proposition resonate. It makes the value of the tool better because it realizes on a promise that's already being made. We're already making that promise. We're just making the promise better. We're fulfilling the promise we already made. That's different from if we said, hey, what if we put a mini game in this tool? That's scope creep. It can be hard to differentiate the two, but I think that's probably a good way I would describe it. Is it, are you fulfilling a promise you've already made, or are you making a new promise? I like that. What do you think? I actually think this could be a little more. Give me a little more. I think you should add a mini game. We've talked about Easter eggs. I was going to give it an anime mascot. What do you think? I think scene map would be much better with boobs. Do you know what? Rolling should also cost energy. Under boob under each frame. Literally that. And this number should be 25. No, it should be 12. Obscene map. Haha. Very good, Gouda. That was very slick. Oh, thanks, Ruben. Yeah, if I promise swashbuckling combat and what you get is a face roll, that's not me fulfilling the promise. Whoa, that's way too much. Why did that cost so much? Excuse me? 30. 12, please. I don't know about that, Nico. Oof. I think you should get some back from a successful parry as well. I just think it needs to. Right here, I think. But the energy should be based on the info. Dot collider. I just give you the damage? That didn't work. Hey, thanks for the follow, I guess. Oh, I see. It's not the reflex. It's the deflect. Might have to be both. How does it know to deflect? Okay, some questions. How do you tackle the issue that the player might not know or understand what consumes or give energy until it runs out and they realize, oh, I can't dodge anymore. Oh, I have energy. But in the moment, they might not realize things even give energy. I mean, that's the game's content tutorializing them on that for sure. Yeah, I mean, every system, my whole first chapter of my game, this entire chapter is a tutorial. Every scene has something in it that explains something that you don't know about yet in a way that's either organic or very explicit. So like, you know, this scene is literally about jumping and climbing onto things. Like, you don't have to jump even once before you get to this point. And then there's a point here where you have to jump for the first time in the whole game. You can jump if you discover it, but right here, it's like you have to press S to jump. Like, you have to know this. With the energy stuff, like I've got like a tutorial for the combat that literally talks you through. It's like these two guards sit down and go, oh, you can't go off into the woods until you've listened to us because you're carrying a sword and we need to make sure you know how to use it. So like they will talk to you directly. It's not S for jump. S is just the stand-in key. That's my default key in the editor. At runtime, it gets replaced with the actual jump key. So, you know. Actually, I can't believe that just happened. That's a new problem for the tutorial. Wait. We deflected her attack and took energy damage, but not actual damage. I'm gonna have to fix that. Anyway, this is like, you would have taken some red health damage, and then this tells you how to eat food to recover health. You know, dodge rolls. It's like, I have to tell you, you know, how it works for some of this stuff. That frame buffer is high resolution. Frame buffer? Frame buffer? You mean this one down here? Which frame buffer? Do you mean like, oh, you mean like the game's canvas? Like the camera is high resolution? Yes. The game is not rendering at the same resolution as the art. So like, you can see like there is some off pixel stuff. That's not the goal. I will fix some of that stuff. But for the sake of the camera being able to move very subtly, like it needs to be able to move. The parallaxing needs to be sub-pixel. Yeah, it needs to be. Otherwise it looks really janky when you move. I'll show you. See that? It sucks. Everything just feels like it's got Parkinson's disease, you know? The shuttering is no good. So if you want to use the pixels you've got for the smooth movement, not a fan of the zoom in? What? Why not? Definitely not a fan. Okay. I never heard anyone say that before. Why not? What's so bad about it? It's a super video gamey thing. You just don't like that, or it's not a... I didn't make that up. I'm not the first person to come up with that. Maybe. It's just a thing. When you say takes away from the visuals, like, I don't need you to look at the visuals in that moment. I need you to look at the item. You know what I mean? Like, the goal is not... You can look at the visuals anytime that you're not looking... That you're not picking up an item. Do you know what I mean? Like, right now, this is what I want you to look at. So, I don't think it's a problem. Okay. I mean, if I had... There's like one feature in this game, well, not there's one feature that's not in this game that I would consider putting in this game that I think would change it drastically, and that is depth of field blur. I've never considered it. I think this game could. I think there's something we could do with depth of field blur for this game under boobs that could be really cool. But it's not in scope. It's not a thing I'm trying to support right now. But this like getting at some of that HD 2D stuff, I think could be really cool. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm bringing it up. Because if that's the only other thing I would do is introduce a DOF blur as you zoom in. Would it be hard to implement? No, I mean, it might be a little expensive. Yeah, exactly. The Adventures of Elliot HD 2D thing. I like it. Someone even actually today, someone found a tweet of mine from like 2 years ago. No, 5 years ago, where I was experimenting with doing a depth of like a HD 2D tactics game out of this franchise. Let me show you this. This is how I know it would work, because I kind of already mucked around with this. Would it be a settings toggle? It would be, no, it would be something I would use do with, what's the word? It would be something that would selectively come in and out as you interact with the game. Like this. I think it would work. Just based on this. The problem is, like, I don't know. It feels like a lot of work. And I already put all the effort in to making all the pixel looks really cool. I don't use anything right now. There's no bloom. There's a little bit of a saturation pass. If I go over here, I can do some of this. I can do some scan lines. We could do a little bit of a chromatic aberration and vignette on the very edges. If you want that stuff, if you're into that, but you don't need that. Yeah, the thing is, right now, if I really want, really want, I can run this game on like a Retroid Pocket 2 Plus, which is like 640 by 480. It's like you can kind of run this game at 480p, and it looks perfect, as long as you don't go to some areas where the camera zooms out. Like the fact that you can have a faithful experience on a CRT. This would be a CRT monitor resolution. I like that right now. And it's like exactly pixel perfect. Everything's great. You do get a bit of the shuddering, but if it's a CRT, you'll be okay. I love that. The fact that I can support like Steam Deck, you know, all that stuff's great. The more high-tech features you add, the more you raise your min spec. And I don't think I necessarily want to do that. I'd like to explore it. I mean, the thing is, technology is like getting better faster. So like everyone's phone can run games better than half the stuff I just mentioned. So I don't know. All right. So the energy stuff. I was hoping on deflect that you could get an amount of energy relative to the thing that you blocked. But right now, handle state complete is not there. Complete. Okay, wait. We have a deflect. So it's actually here we could do it. So then we could say, literally, right there. We could do that. Since 2017, long time. Not all the time. Still no. Where is this happening? Uh-oh. Can't guard. Oh no. Still no. Where is this? Is it that... Hang on. I gotta go soon. Really soon. I think info.damage is nothing. I think I have to say collider props.damage. Like the amount of damage that a raw hit would have done to you if you had taken it, rather than the amount of resolved damage that happens at the end. Yeah. You know what? Whoa. I think it's good. Now let's try it with the Hunden. I think this might actually be really good. Oh, I don't know what I just did. I just like shadow stepped or something. But spending the thing doesn't use it. Special ability manager, use ability here. And it's 25. I still don't have funding for this game. Man, that's no good. I still don't have funding, so... Once we get funding, maybe we can... I can tell you a release date. So now, if I go boom, boom... I gotta fix that. What's going on there? What are we doing? What's going on? Okay, so if I just go like this, that, I have none left. So can use ability. Yeah, literally. Cool. Okay, it works. All right, then I can commit this and we can go. Adds energy, spending, and recovering around combat. Encounters. Commit. I have thought about Kickstarter. One feedback, if I may. Do you think it'd be better if it's clearer what part of the sword is backside? It's not based on side. It's based on direction. So you don't block with this part of the sword or that part of the sword. You block up or down or forward or back. And that's how the interactions happen. So if an enemy attacks you thrusting, you step back to block it. If an enemy jumps and thrusts down at you, you swing up to block it. And they're encoded. What's rattle cost? It's how much energy you would lose if you were to block that without picking the right direction. So hypothetically, we go back over here. Rattle cost is, it's the amount of damage that you would have taken times 2/3. So it's like 66% of the damage you would have taken gets converted into energy damage when you block. There's directional blocking, right? We talked about that. So there's like, I can do like the parries, but I can also just hold block, which saves me from getting hurt, but I still take poise damage. So you see that? Maybe I won't do that in the end. Maybe I'll just make it so that the energy doesn't go up when you get hit that way. Maybe it doesn't go down, it just doesn't go up anymore. Still a while, still a year till I can release it at least. Like maybe a couple, maybe even 3. Okay. Is it a Godot add-on? No, it's a Unity add-on that I'm building with Elzac in chat. All right, pals. If you're interested in supporting me, please do wishlist Insignia on Steam. It will give me a lot of help. It's a bit like Sekiro, yeah, it is. It's not a timing question though, it's more of a direction question. So it's kind of like the Mikiri counter from Sekiro. It's like that. You got to block in the right way, you know? Hopefully a little bit more obvious than how it works in Sekiro, because I found that really hard. I'm actually not very good at Sekiro. All right. Ginger Beardy Guy. He gets a raid. Thanks, everyone. I'll catch you all on Monday. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.